There we go. That's the game. Hello, hello. Happy Tuesday, everybody. I have no idea what happened with the pre-stream link there. The Twitch ad manager occasionally seems to take the initial ad delay as a suggestion, and then my pre-streams end up being a minute or two longer than I really want them to be. Regardless, I have my tea, I have plenty of water. I am ready to jump in to today's stream. So last time I started working on this, which is the lead processing station. I don't remember what I scaled this for. 9? It's such a weird number. Apparently 9 lead per second. I don't know why I would scale for 9 raw lead a second, but I did. I guess we could check YAFC. My YAFC notes probably have some information in there. We're not showing YAFC. 1 second. Let's get YAFC. Okay, there we go. Now we're showing YAFC. Lead and tin. Oh, it is 15 a second. Okay. And what am I seeing in the game that made me think that was not correct? Oh, because these have the wrong recipe. There we go. Lead stage 1, and then stage 2, and then stage 3. Yep, okay. That's what we wanted. Okay, sorry. Just had to mute for a second there. I am totally frazzled today. I'm trying to figure out what I did last time still. All right. So we got most of this lead done. This is all kind of designed, but not fully assembled yet, obviously. But this will be providing molten lead on the train network from here, as well as lead plates on the train network from here. And this will be our lead. We basically are going to duplicate this for tin now, and then get lead and tin ore on the network. And then our solder factory up here will be able to start requesting molten lead and molten tin and get itself all ready to go. That sounds familiar. But the top of my to-do list says jerky sink, and I assume the reason for that is because my jerky is floating? No. Because, yeah, this is a situation. I think the best thing to do with it all, well, the best thing to do is to find a productive use for it, but, oops, every time. Control F, jerky. If I look at so phytoplankton is an option. I don't think I need that much phytoplankton unless I have a use for them that I don't know of. I mean, biocrud reprocessing does use some phytoplankton. It just... this is such a hard recipe to make use of until I have rails. Once I've got everything on rails and I can just, like, dump this stuff right into a chest, we'll be in much better place. Fish, yeah. Phytoplankton to biomass, sure. And then all this is newer tech. Worker food certainly is an option, but I'm not making that much. It's maybe an option down here, where I do have access to skin and lard, in addition to where jerky and biocred are coming out. That is definitely an option here. But it's not necessarily immediately the best option. What else do I need to make this work? Tin plate, starch, water, blood. Okay, so yeah, I could potentially turn some of the stuff I have down below into worker food and have worker food available in the base. Directly to biomass, and this is what I think I'm gonna do. Yeah, next lit at a dig site, but that's not happening. Everything else, yeah. So pretty much the only useful options right now are to workers' food or to biomass. And I think that's okay, because biomass, and I probably went through some of this at the end of the last stream, but I didn't take good enough notes. So biomass to ash and water. Obviously, anywhere I need ash in the base, this is great. Biomass to carbon dioxide. Biomass to flue gas. I don't think flue gas I can deal with all of its side products well enough yet. There's biocred reprocessing again. Fertilizer, which I haven't looked into yet at all, what this is used for. Fish. Oh, I could turn it right into raw coal. That's funny. Actually... that could be worth it, maybe. And then, yeah, we're into newer techs again. What can I use fertilizer for? That's a question that may or may not have an answer. I can recycle it back into biomass. Yeetles. I can grow native flora, but I imagine not for a long time. Yeah, I think everything else here is relatively new. So the answer is nothing with fertilizer yet. It's funny that fertilizer stage 1 is such an early tech when it doesn't seem to do anything. Oh, I mean, I guess I just haven't taken mycology stage 2, which is a pretty early green science tech. We're kind of right here. Fair enough. But like, I don't really need this stuff until Pi Science 2, and I'm still quite far from Pi Science 2. Do mining machines stage 2. We're not going to do the turds. I'm gonna reorganize my science a little bit while I'm in here and make sure that I'm researching relatively useful things. Steel stage 2 was good to do. What do I need propene for? Lead, syngas, and steam makes propene. And I guess I'm going to use propene somewhere in this processing of... Yeah. I can make nickel from bitumen. Interesting. I assume other stuff eventually. Feel like I do want to keep working down the, like... I was working towards archods before, right? Because I know that they're a pain in the butt to bootstrap. Yeah. I think that's the thing to work towards still. Just kind of find everything that's in the archod, arquad, ulrics. What else do the arquads need? Ufras. And then sugar, and then arquads. All right. Okay. What do I think that I need to do? I got distracted there. So I think biomass-wise, or jerky-wise, I'm just going to start turning it into biomass and turning that into energy. These guys up here, I mean, this is all set to run off of fiber, but I could build one of these with just, like, the burners and this part that makes biocrud, recycle jerky into biomass, and call it a day. And probably take this whole plant offline in the interim. which sounds like a silly thing to do, but, like... I don't really see a... I mean, I could check my power, but I'm sure that I have plenty. And yeah, I have plenty. So if I want to be trying to burn off my jerky as a power source, I'm just going to need to... I'm just going to need to turn off this power plant until I need it, right? The other thing I could potentially do is looking at all of this ash. You know, I'm relying on trying to get 2 compressed belts of ash out of here to feed the base. And I can turn biomass into ash as well. And I can feed that into this system if I so desire. So I could get another belt coming in here, feeding from biomass. And then I could... At one point, I had tried to turn this off. Not have this run unless it was needed for, like, main base power. And that broke because I needed the ash. But if I can just burn jerky, then I care less. Speaking of, how is the great buffering all of my ash into one place process going? These poor bots. Okay. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna switch this to the thing that I did before where I unified the power grids. And I'm going to get rid of these doodly-doos here. And then I will set up ash. I mean, I guess I can do it right around here somewhere, actually. From jerky to biomass, and then biomass to ash, to feed into the main base. I think that probably means somewhere around here I already have some biomass to ash, I thought, unless I got rid of it. Yeah, oh, and this is totally backed up, but this is just the byproduct biomass from fiber for ashless fuel, so I don't necessarily care about this at all. That biomass could just stay on that belt. I mean, I guess that's the other thing I could do with it, instead of burning it to ash, is just, like, feed it in as a priority input to ashless fuel, and only pull from fiber and stuff if we absolutely have to. I hadn't really thought of that as a possible plan. Because this is like the biomass recycling line that comes in as a priority. But if I change my priorities here around which parts we're burning first, I mean, I think I literally just do that. Then this will prefer to pull biomass, and I want to actually do... this one probably doesn't even need to be prioritized. Maybe left. That way it'll prefer to push biomass. So then we'll be burning it, and then the excess eventually comes out here and turns into ash, and... because I don't think this is getting used at all. So if I can turn my jerky into ash and then feed it in on this belt, then that is a reasonable starting point. And then here, I think, dare I say, I want to do this. Whoops. That didn't matter. Output priority doesn't matter. Input priority matters here. Okay. There we go. So that'll burn this first. And if I need to expand this, I can. I don't know how much this could actually burn. 1, 2, 3. Okay, only like 4 a second. Cool. Yeah, I like that plan. So we're going to turn the jerky into biomass. I'm going to feed the biomass in as the priority input to ashless fuel. And it will also become an input to ash. Possibly I will want to rebuild where I'm doing this so that we can actually process, like, a lot more of this. Maybe do it over here so that it does feed in as an actual input to my ash instead of just a sort of top up over here. This is ash for trees, I think is where this goes. But yeah, expand this, make it more central so it feeds into my actual ash system, and then push biomass into here. And then eventually everything that runs on ashless fuel is going to be running on biomass, and I'm going to find some machines that are not going to like that. And the other question then becomes, like, are we potentially going to end up with regular fiber coming through here that can't be used, and that needs to be dealt with somehow? Always do that. Because, like, I can turn it into biomass. Okay, we're going to need fiber for microfiber relatively soon. So as long as I have a consumption for that. My concern is that, where am I? I don't want raw fiber that's feeding all of these systems to back up, right? And that does mean that we need to sink enough fiber. Because what could happen here is that this will be pulling entirely biomass from this system. For our fuel belts. We're totally backed up on fiber here, which we can already see has happened. And then we wouldn't get raw fiber to where we need raw fiber. So I may have to make some adjustments to all of this to make it do what I actually want it to do, priority-wise there. But first things first, let's get, what does it take for composters and how many do I need? Oh, intermetallics. It's all intermetallics. Everything is blocked on my intermetallics. Being very slow right now. Oh. But I do have... I could possibly make... We're gonna output priority left on everything here. Just to make sure that everything really is going into these nested products. I could probably make a second factory for intermetallics, a second advanced smelter here. Advanced foundry, whatever it's called. Let's go do that first. Let's expand intermetallics just a little bit, because I know that they are one of my bottlenecks right now towards being able to build the buildings that I need. Everything that's a ghost down in lead here is a ghost because I don't have intermetallics. So let's just turn off the inputs to that and let it finish, and then we will figure out, like, right. Forgot about that. I think that works. And then if I put this up here, and then do I have heat pipes in my inventory? No. What do I need for them? Steel. Okay. But this will basically be the new factory here for intermetallics. I'll bring this up, feed the stuff out. I need to figure that out a little bit, but let's see here. If I take what do you need? Oh, just small amounts of everything. Okay. And just because I know that my system is going to start burning a lot more biomass as its ashless fuel, I'm preemptively putting fast inserters in. Because they will cope with biomass a lot better. Actually, let's do this one higher. Bop, 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 bop. Bop. Okay. That should be it. once we have heat pipes hooked up, which just need some steel. Can't believe I have no heat pipes in my inventory. Am I making heat pipes? Is that a thing that I can find? Maybe not. Oh, actually, let's add it to the system. As always, when I find something that I need but I don't have, I should be adding it to the system. Where do I want heat pipes in this mess? I don't think there's actually any organization. All right, there we go. We're now requesting heat pipes. Hopefully 6 is enough. It is. All right. And hopefully this is hot enough. What's the operating temperature? 450. This will only get up to like 500, I think. This is going to be tight along this heat pipe drop here to get this up to temp. Hey, Starfighter. Welcome in. All right, I think all this looks fine. It's going to take a minute for this to heat up, and I'm going to have to confirm that this heat pipe is not too long for this one, because that's a concern. But otherwise, that should improve my intermetallics production a little bit. Now, what was I doing that I decided I needed intermetallics for? Oh, right, I was working on the jerky problem. Because I wanted to start recycling my jerky. Recircling my jikey. And to do that, I needed stuff. For now, though, until I have more intermetallics coming through the system, I don't think I'm going to be able to necessarily craft the buildings that I need for that. Like, it's the same problem that we ran into. Yeah, we have no intermetallics. Trying to build the lead outpost, which is that just the base is sad. So I think short term, while I kind of wait to get the stuff that I need for these various buildings, I should be able to build the warehouses at least. Warehouses and some tanks I should be able to get done. So I think the next thing to do is to work on the tin factory. And I think what I'm going to do is, instead of having all of this stuff that's like off the main line like I ended up doing here, which is kind of screwy and doesn't work super great, I will make a T junction, and I'll just start putting all the stations off of that for tin. So that everything just kind of comes in and comes back out. And then, you know, that should help a little bit with some of the messiness that we ended up with here. I mean, looking at the actual size of this build, you know, I think I can build the tin junction kind of wherever I want. Maybe here is fine. I've got nothing else going on in this spot. It's not too heavily wooded. So let's go do that. And then I should be able to grab... Well, I'll do a bunch of it in ghosts. And then once the once I have the resources for the actual buildings again, I will swap them in. So trumpet interchange very nicely does just build on top of, well, that's not quite the right place, is it? Here that they all line up? Wait, why do they not line up everywhere? Those two are off, but I didn't do that. Those two are off. Those ones are... Whatever, it lines up here. I'm gonna need to double check all my spacing between electric poles and stuff. I'm not sure it's totally consistent now that I'm... that's 2, that's a little more than 2, that's 2. Where are you? Oh, you need a rail, whatever. Chain in, rail out. Okay. And then if I grab this again, grab the straight rail section. So this will be where we start building the stations we need for the tin. And some of those are going to be similar to what we have here. So if I start like here, grabbing this lead station. I did not quite get everything I needed to fully align that, did I? Oh, because this doesn't have signal outs. Okay, let's get these things then. Yeah, I do have 2 different spacings on my, I have 2 different spacings on my power poles. Whatever. I think we can do it like here. Make sure that that looks like it's still a good path through. It is. Then replace the station. Train limit 1. Okay. So the requests that this makes need to be not lead. Tin ore. Oh, nope. How many stacks of lead ore am I requesting over here? 30 stacks. Okay. So do the same thing here. $30 stacks, 30 stacks, 30 stacks. Oh yeah, because the request threshold is 20 stacks, because that's what a train holds. I vaguely remember how I did this now. And then... these shouldn't be... All right. So this will be the request station for... What is this blinking at? Oh. And it might even dispatch a train. It appears to have dispatched a train. Yeah, because this is going to pick up borax and bring it into this station. And then, if I look at my other stops, what did this have? This has an output, and this is going to be output from... Okay, this is just stone. The other thing that it outputs over here is its main product, which is plates, and I have those as separate for a reason, and that reason is priority. We want to make sure that the plates are normal priority here, so that if I ever have lead plates that are high priority, because they're a byproduct from something else, I want those plates to get pulled. But the stone and the other byproducts of the crushing process, I want to be high priority, because I want it to be pulling from these as quickly as it can. There you go. I remember how this works now. So we're going to need similar, we're going to have three outputs then, right? We're going to have the plates output, the high priority byproducts output, and a liquid output. Our other input, though, is going to be this. It's going to be hot air, just like that one. And it's going to go right like, oh, I don't know. Ooh, let's drop another vertical piece first. Ooh, do those connect? Those don't connect. Put that a little too close together. I think that works. That connects through there. That connects through there. And they should all be connected together through. Yes. Get rid of this chain through. That looks correct. Okay. And then remove this station. Yeah, this train is sad because it can't path to depot. I'm assuming is its destination. Yes. And then here... So this will be hot air in. On the other side, I need all of my output stations, which are going to be like this one. So we're going to have one output. Whoa, how far back did I actually put those? I think it only needs to go to here. 2 output, which means this whole thing moved down 1 spot. Alright, well first let's get rid of like some of this stuff that I don't actually need to worry about right now. And all of this moves down like 1 spot. Okay. I swear I hit Control X. There it goes. Okay. Yeah, that looks right. Don't need a signal there. So we're going to have our two outputs here. One of them is prioritized. One of them is not. So this will be tin output. This will be byproducts, sand, gravel, stone, etc. Get rid of some weird things here and here. Why is this blue? Oh, it's blue because there's a train here. Duh. Alright, and then here we have chain in. Guess chain through. Chain in there. Actually, you know what? We can just make these blocks a little bit longer. Than the standard ones, and that's fine. And then we're going to have one more output here for fluids. And I think that's everything this has, right? This brings in all of its solid inputs, its main product output, its secondary product output, its fluid input, and its fluid output. Yes. So let's grab the fluid output. And it's going to go right there or there? There. All right. I'm going to need some more signals probably, but that's okay. This all looks fine. And I can swap which of these is the primary and which is the secondary, depending on, like, what the processing actually does on this side and what it looks like. Probably doesn't really matter. And then the last thing I need to do is this. So that the trains can turn around, and now that guy should be able to path out. Yep. Cool. So all of this is pretty much, I mean, where it needs to be. I need a bunch of train stations, which need iron and steel. I probably need a bunch more. No, I need some inserters. I need some bunch of tanks. Yeah. All right, let's head up to base and let's see what we can gather as far as the materials we need here. We need 6 tanks there, and we need a bunch more down here too, right? 5 there. 2 warehouses plus 3. Nope, 2 warehouses plus 2. 4 warehouses. Okay. 4 warehouses, bunch of tanks, bunch of other stuff. We can check. We can check on our old lead on the way by and see how that's doing. And see if that has some plates we can grab. What are these guys doing? Oh, they're taking bricks out. No. Yes? Yes. Oh, because there must be something up here that wants bricks as part of its, like, construction. That makes sense. Okay. Well, that was like all the lead that I had in my inventory just for the tanks that I need. And still actually not even enough tanks. Train stops need iron sticks and... Am I making train stops? I feel like I must have decided to make train stops. Surely I'm making train stops. Maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah, make a bunch of train stops. Circuits again. What else did I need? Probably some more of every kind of signal. Oh, warehouses. I need 4 warehouses, and I need at least one of these 70 KL tanks. Oh, which I can actually make. And then the warehouses need a bunch more iron. Okay. That is a bunch of the bits and pieces there, and I guess while I'm up here, let's grab other things I need. How am I on pipes? I'm fine on pipes. I need blue inserters. Blue inserters happen in a weird place. I need... I was gonna say, I need more undergrounds. Let's get those. I could use more chests. I could use more power poles. Steel chests I don't think I have going on here. I think those are only on other parts of the base, sort of on the bot network. Plenty of rails, plenty of other stuff. Okay. The bots are trying, but they're still not really fast enough. Until I have better RoboPort coverage and my inventory is kind of always passively being filled, it's almost always faster just to grab stuff myself from the mall. Figuring out RoboPort coverage into the train blueprints would probably be a good plan, but I haven't done it yet. All right, and every one of these train stations that gets built, I need to... Oh, whoops. This needs to be minus 30. Okay. So that should be... almost everything. Alright, so in theory we should have dispatched tank train, yeah, and this is going to come deliver hot air to this system. One moment. There's a big bug crawling on my computer screen. I'm going to try to shoo him out a window. The bug is now free. I managed to get him outside without injury. Oh, are these offset from each other? I just realized that I did not actually manage to paste these aligned. Oof. This one needs to be slightly higher. Yes. Okay, there we go. Now everything's nice and pretty and aligned. And that should come back again, right? For at least another load? Yeah. Okay, so with all of this in place, I think we can just start grabbing the ghost buildings we need for the actual tin processing. Yeah. So let's take a look and see what we need for that. So 9 automated screeners, and then 7 more automated screeners. And 6 jaw crushers. No, we want to do tin grade 2 first. Okay, 9 automated screeners, then 6 jaw crushers, then 7 automated screeners. And then this needs to loop back around. Oh, this is a little more involved than the lead process. There's a few more cycles in this. Okay. Well, let's start with the initial 9 automated screeners and go from there. Which I probably, don't have all of. So this is going to be the output from that. It's going to come right up here. And we're going to have our automated screeners. 1... There we go. That should be 9, right? Yeah. So each of these is going to do tin grade 1. Yes. And each of these takes in 1.66 items, which is... how many inserters per? What have I managed to do in YAFC that I can't click on things? Well, what did I do for lead? I used yellow inserters. Okay. If yellow inserters back up, then I will have to add another one. But I think it's probably fine. Okay. So that'll be tin in, and then this spits out 2 different kinds of things at a rate for which these inserters are actually fine. So we have the tin grade 1 and the tin grade 2. The tin grade 1 gets broken down into tin grade 2. No, the tin grade 2 gets broken down into tin grade 1. Okay. So we're going to splitter this. On the right, our output priority is going to be tin grade 2. And all of that goes into 6 jaw crushers. Oh, which I have. Nice. That makes tin grade 1 from tin grade 2. as well as some stone byproduct. Oops. And then output-wise, this all comes down here. Split. Oh, it's ad break time. My apologies. I will, yeah, I need to top up my tea. So we'll do ad break real quick. Thanks for the reminder, Twitch. And we'll get this build wrapped up in a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for everyone who stuck around through the ad. Always appreciated. I do not run ads because I make money off of them. I really don't. I make like $1 a week. I run ads because running ads in the middle of streams disables pre-roll ads. And if I have pre-rolls turned off, then when people come in when I'm doing something, they can just jump right in the stream and don't have to wait through an ad. And then, you know, when I do take a break, I take it sort of with the scheduled ads so that I can, you know, when the ads are going, I'm not doing anything interesting on stream. So I do what I can to ameliorate the entire concept of ads. Okay, so this is the output of the jaw crushers, which is a little bit more of the same tin. So that joins this belt, comes up here, where this is going to be broken down into 2 more types. Yeah, that's the grade 3 and the rejects. The rejects go through some secondary crushers and become more tin grade 1. Okay. So again, we split these. We have the rejects and the grade 3. The grade 3 is what we actually want, because that turns into tin dust. The rejects go through, yeah, 4 secondary crushers. So let's do the rejects here. Rejects. And do I have... Oh yeah, I have 4 secondary crushers. Cool. And those will make tin grade 1 from the rejects. And then that's their only output is the tin grade 1. It is. Okay. So that output then actually go and join this, because that's all tin grade 1, right? This output is tin grade 1. Yeah. So all the reprocessed tin grade 1 loops back around. And then our other output from this is tin grade 3. Oops. Tin grade 3 will need to go to few washers with some water to make tin grade 4 and tailings. Ooh. Hey, Machiavelli, welcome in. I am working on tin processing at the moment. I have lead processing done, and then we will finally have molten solder ready to go, which will be a huge boost to my ability to keep growing the rail system. And eventually I'll work on this jerky sink that's at the top of my to-do list that I decided to ignore. Why am I ignoring that? Oh, right. I'm ignoring that because I need intermetallics. Once my system has accumulated some intermetallics... Yeah, well, and Pyanodon's mods are like the hardest of the hard when it comes to Factorio. If you're familiar with modded Minecraft, then Pyanodon's is like the Greg Tech of Factorio. So I am deep in the disaster. Where was I? Right, I was, whoops, checking my intermetallics. Yeah, they're still not really coming through at an appreciable rate. Faster than they were. We're just so far behind on our need for them through the whole base. Okay. What does my tool say? 7 washers to make... tin grade 3 into tin grade 4. Okay. Oh, and I have those. Perfect. Again, I guess right here. That's 6. 7? I can't promise I'll have a useful answer, but you can ask. I can, yes, at least guarantee impartial feedback. Let's see, did I mess this up? Will this fit here? Oh, look at that. Okay, so we do need this. I forgot that we have a tailings byproduct here. So we need to deal with the tailings output, and this just gives us that spot to do that. I am very much a... How do I want to phrase this? Some people believe very strongly in the concept of blood is thicker than water. I am not one of those people. I think that we are all healthier if we... Yeah. I think Starfighter just said more bluntly what I was trying to say very tactfully. You know, we all need to stand up for our morals, and just because someone's a family member doesn't mean that you need to stand by them. That's my... And, you know, I think, what do I want to say? I don't know if I have anything else to add to that, actually. Yeah, and I like I said, I am personally perfectly fine with trying not to have that kind of toxicity and dishonesty in one's life. I don't think that there's ever a reason to necessarily put up with it. And you know, I think you can always... You know, do what's right for you and decide that you don't want that person in your life, but you don't necessarily have to, like, snitch on them if that's something that you would personally feel bad about or whatever else, right? You can take care of yourself without having it turn into something else. Well, you can't choose the family you were born with, but you can choose the people that are your family in your heart. What's tick-tocking here? Oh. I am glad it was helpful. I know that's a hard situation to be in general. You know, being a person, being a queer person and knowing a lot of people who have been, you know, treated very poorly by family members by virtue of that, you know. I am a big proponent of choosing your own family, maybe more so than a lot of people would be. And, you know, obviously very different scales and very different ways that you're personally affected, but you know, if you don't feel good being around that person, then don't be around that person. Okay. I have completely lost my train of thought. What am I doing next? Oh, right. I was gonna put the washers down and then I moved them because I realized I needed this station. Of which I currently have 2 with the same name. Yeah, there's no trains on the way. I think everything's fine. I'm worried about my train stations making tick-tocking noises, but I think that's just normal. And I forgot that that's normal. Yes. Okay. Yeah, that's a good point. Starfighter. You don't necessarily have to cut them out, just don't enable them, right? And offshore pump. So that will be all of this. This will be output of the tailings, which we will eventually have to find a use for, but for now they'll just be on the train network. If this fills up, I can add more capacity. I know I don't have a ton of capacity here. We will see. Then input-wise, this is all very little, right? Yeah. All right, that is tin grade 4, which needs to become tin dust in a bunch of ball mills. All right, let's loop around over here and get that done. This stone here, I think, is going to be the only sort of secondary byproduct, so I can run this across, I guess, like here. Let's get this done while I'm thinking. Oh, does that not reach? Really? Okay, that looks like it'll be the stone output. I need to fix this filter. Which tin is this? This is grade 1, right? Yeah, tin grade 1, and then stone comes out here. Up here, I need to filter this around. We have the tailings output is already hooked up, or it will be once these missing tanks are in place. And then molten tin is 2 arc furnaces. Maybe maybe come down here and do that here, because I need to get the plates here and the molten stuff. Oh, the molten's up here. Maybe just do it here then. Let's see, 1.5. I'll use... This is all for tin, yes. This is the updated tin processing that I have from, I think it's from Green Science. Yeah. Looks like what I did here was something like that. Is that a casting unit? That's a casting unit. Tin plates with hot air. Molten tin is going to be coming from here, across here somewhere. And then hot air is here. Oh, the tin can, yeah. I'm building tin and I'm avoiding thinking about the rock jerky. That's where we're at right now. I think this is gonna have to go over here first, and then come like down here. And then I can come through like here-ish, where I'm already pulling through the hot air. Yeah, I like that plan. Oop, I think I did the thing again. Yep. Okay, I think that's pretty much the network. This needs the sand castings, which are currently here. And which I could try to get out in a less bad way, but I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna deal with it. Oh, wow, that's exactly wrong. Perfect. All right, so this is tin. Got a bunch of buildings that I still need to turn tin on, but that's okay. This should request eventually. Well, we'll have to hit the request threshold, which is how many stacks? 20 stacks. I assume that this is set to 30? Yeah. So eventually this will get down to 10 stacks, and it'll request a new one at that point. I don't think we're going to see that. I don't think there's 10 stacks of space there. I don't think I can do anything more to confirm whether this is or is not correct until I actually have tin ore coming in. Obviously, I need a bunch of these automated screeners still. How many of them do I need here? 11 on this side, and I probably still need some down here for, yeah, 3, so that's like 14 of those. 2 electrolyzers. 6 impact crushers, which I still don't think I've made any of. 2 arc furnaces. 2 casting units. Yeah. So, lots of buildings, and a lot of these buildings need intermetallics, by the way. That is the thing that we're waiting for with all of this, is intermetallics. Which, I mean, if we're lucky, have started to appear on the base. Not really. Well, they're backing up. A little bit. Actually, what I can do that'll help a little bit in the short term, if I remember that I did this, is I can disconnect that. Because I think the only downstream consumer of intermetallics here right now is this. Yeah. So all this is doing is filling up this belt for no good reason. So we can disable that. And the world's slowest construction bot will take care of it. And that should help a little bit with trying to buffer intermetallics to get all my buildings constructed. If we look down here, I mean, these are running. Yeah, it's just... I don't know what exactly I built that uses. Early tin cans were soldered with lead-based solder. Oh yeah, I knew that. Alright, what I might be able to do while I'm waiting for more intermetallics is work on getting the tin and lead, like, ore outposts. I think I decided, yeah, those are easy to set up. They're just, like, right here. Yeah, impact crushers need intermetallics, automated screeners. Oh, don't need intermetallics. Okay. I need heaps of these automated screeners, but I might be able to make at least some of them right now. Do I have some being made up here as well? Oh yeah, I've got a few up here. So yeah, the bots might try to bring me some of that stuff while I'm up here at the base, grabbing what I need. which is steel. It's always steel. And where's my iron buffer? Oh, it's around here somewhere. All right, there's like 12 of those. Oh, here we go. The bots have found me with a whole bunch of buildings that they think I need. Some of these I probably don't actually need anymore, because I placed them down and didn't remove them from my requests. Which is a problem, actually. Yeah, let's fix that. We don't need ball mills anymore. We don't need these. We don't, I think, don't need the washers anymore, or the secondary crushers? Do we still need any secondary crushers? No. We just need 3 plus 4 plus 7. So 14, not 19. Automated screeners. Oh, which I have. Impact crushers we're still not making. Electric arc furnaces we're still not making because... Oh, but the bots are bringing intermetallics up to the mall. So, it's happening. I think... I'm trying to think if, like, tin is used outside of tin cans to just be a general reference to, like, thin metal. But yeah, cans have generally been steel for a long time. When I'm standing right next to the dump chests, it's amazing how quickly the bots can get me sorted out here. Oh, I'm still making Logi parts. Oh, which means that I do have Oh, this splits off before it gets to the buffer chest. Oh. Well then, that explains it. Let's turn that off too, for now. Because we probably have enough logistics bots in the network. 650. We could have more. Ooh, a compost plant. I'm gonna need some of those eventually. Okay, so we still don't have the impact crushers that we need for here, which is apparently 6, not 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. Oh, and 2 more. Oh, I got those built. Okay. The bots may have managed to make my first electric arc furnace, though. All right. Well, while I'm waiting, let's get enough. Here, let's flip back to YAFC. How many minimum. I get rid of our tin ore input, and we make it from mining in a fluid mining drill. And we set our fixed production to 15 a second. Okay, 14 mining drills. And this does take into account my mining productivity. I have that set in YAFC. That's why I do it here. And I'm sure if I do the same thing for lead ore, not that lead ore mining, yeah, another 14. Okay. So let's grab a bunch of the regular ones. What do I need to turn them red? I need electric mining drills, engine circuits. Okay, I have everything that I need here. Well, maybe. In theory, I have access to everything I need. Let's be more precise about... Oop, don't make small parts, please. Don't make small parts, please. I saw that I'm going to need aluminum next as well. And circuits. That is 20 out of the 28 that I need. Oh, what is wrong with my copper? It's possible that nothing is wrong with my copper, but oh yeah, something's wrong with my copper. Oh, if it's not one thing, it's another. Oh, capture source, I'm sorry. I was just crafting buildings for a while and realized my copper was low. Yeah. Let's get rid of all this and see if I can... Where are you? Oh. Let's see what we can do here. This stone belt is weird and probably in my way. As is this pipe. Whatever is in it. This is gonna stink. Awesome, Twitch decided you're using an ad block. Yeah, that sounds like Twitch. I unfortunately do not have any advice there. Solution is to ad block harder. Yeah. That's kind of the solution, is try a more aggressive ad block that'll block their ad block detector, right? I'm probably not supposed to say that on a Twitch stream. What was I doing? Mining drills. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that either. And I certainly do not abide ads. Whoops, those are in the wrong place. All right, well, this should help a little bit with some of... There we go. 10,000 rails. All right. Let's see if we have the space, and we probably don't. What I'll probably just do is, like, these guys here, go down like that, come out here, and then these ones here, these ones here, thing here, and these ones just come down here. I did not really leave room for power poles in this mess, so let's see how much of a mistake that was. All right, these ones in the middle are not going to be happy. I don't really need these ones, do I? So I can put you here. Then... over on this side... How many months until we get substations? Oh, God. Several. If I'm lucky, I'll get substations for Christmas. Although I think we do get Nexilate power poles eventually. That will be a little bit sooner. Okay, let me see if I can get all of these hooked up to water. Really? Okay, now I just need to figure out power to all of these things. There's like... yeah. Some of these ones in the middle are going to be hard to get power to, because I didn't do this right. I'm trying to decide if I care enough to fix it. Probably should, shouldn't I? That means tearing this whole thing up again. Let's just do it. Let's do it right. Let's leave room for power. Did I just accidentally take apart a... Yes, I did. What am I looking for? Roboport. Okay. Let us try again with the electric mining drills. Gonna do them like here. Nope. Room for power poles. Brandon, learn. Okay. Oh, there's like no ash in these. Okay. Oh, and this will leave room for this stone belt to go back around here, and probably this pipe of whatever this is. Black liquor. Okay. And then if I grab some of these... Okay. So that is some of that there, and then this one and this one need to come up to here. And now I need to figure out water routing again. Cool. Is that all right? These are just missing fluid? Yes. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Let's get the stone belt figured out. And then the other thing is this black liquor pipe, which I think I'm going to route sort of over here. Okay. That should be lots of copper now. It's not exactly the most... This is not totally balanced on its inputs, but that's okay. I mean, as long as it's backing up along the belt. And yeah, each of these makes like 2, 4, 6... is saying, oh, yep, we're not routing through all the way. Good eye, thank you. Yeah, the patches that were already mined out. Not that it really matters. They're all yellow, but... yeah, up here is good. Down here, I may want to try to rejigger this so that we merge a little more cleanly between the two halves, but I think it's fine. Obviously, we're not pulling... why are we... oh, right, miners drop double. That's right. Because of the stacks. So I'm like, why are these not pulling that? Yeah. So we're not even pulling from this side of the belt because we're pulling from all of these because they drop them 2 at a time. I keep forgetting about stacked belts and getting myself confused. Okay. So this is copper fixed. That was a detour. Yeah, I have no small parts right now. That's fine. I'll just hand make them. So that's all of the miners that I need for tin and lead. And then the actual, yeah, things down here are going to be a little different. But I should, over here, basically be able to just drop, like... so for tin, I don't need to bring in any mining fluid, because tin's mining fluid is steam. I can make that on site. That's fine. For lead, I'm going to need to bring in acetylene, and I might have to make a acetylene plant. Because I doubt that my current acetylene build is sufficient to supply, well, maybe a new lead patch. Maybe it is. Maybe I can. Well, because I've got lead mining happening, I don't know, up here somewhere. Where's my... yeah. So one of these uses acetylene too, right? Yeah. Oh, I've got acetylene right here. Okay. So yeah, I might be able to put acetylene. I'll try to put acetylene on right here, since I've got the pipe coming up to titanium. But if this system cannot keep up, then I will make a new acetylene plant dedicated to the rail base. Yeah. Oh, and I have a bunch of the automated screeners. I have a bunch of the impact crushers. We're actually looking in pretty good shape here. Has this completely stalled out on jerky again? Not yet. Soon. Why do I have no liquid fuels? This is all running fine. Is it running fine? Making lots of gasoline, that's for sure. These are running like full time. Man. Well, we might just be still pulling more liquid fuel demand than we actually can produce. Which means I am going to have to scale some of this stuff up further. Nope, there we go. They got a pulse of fuel. What do I need for casting units? Intermetallics and small parts. Okay, let me put those in my requests. All right, and Twitch does say that it is just about ad break time again, so I will pause and take the opportunity to top up my water. And then we will finish up this build and work on the mines. All right, welcome back, everybody. So most of this got built. We still don't have the casting units, but everything else, I think my bots went out and dropped down. Oh, nope, there's a couple more of these as well. What do I need for those? Lead plates. Okay. But that is fine. These are basically done, so I think we can head over and we can work on the tin and lead ore outposts. Oh, and I've got a few more here as well. So I need 5 more of those? Okay. You know what? Let's just add them to here. And I just kind of always want a bunch of those around because I use them a lot. The question is, can I build them up here? Probably don't have... I'm not sure if I'm putting lead into the network here or not. I should be. If I'm not, I'll need to turn that on. And then sticks are probably also all going to get sourced from, like, here, right? So I'll need to probably be building sticks somewhere. I'm not quite sure of the best way to handle that either. If I want to just make a stick machine up here. These take a lot of sticks, but they also don't have to be built quickly. So yeah, maybe that is just the answer. For now, at least. Yeah. And these are set to trash unrequested, right? Yes. Okay. Let's head over to where the tin patch is and get that set up. That's like, yeah, right over here. All right. All right, that is one belt of tin. Beautiful. Let's grab a departure station. Whoops, brought along some extra. That all looks correct on the signals, assuming that that is a chain signal. Cannot see anything here. Okay. And then this needs one more there. And then for a belt of input, like 6 is usually fine. Okay, there we go. That is gonna be tin. Tin is also going to need an offshore pump somewhere. Do it over here where it's a little more out of the way. And then boilers. And 3 of these actually is what it's going to need. 2, 3. Okay. These are going to need power as well. Let's actually connect them. And that's there. Same deal here. Let's get this up. There. That was easy. And then... yeah, what do I need to be able to turn this on? I just need these 3 boilers, and this will turn on. Okay. Let's get those boilers. Let's see tin turn on. Oh, I'm still not making... I know there's one more thing that I need to provide before this will actually turn on. But we should be able to see it get almost all the way to running. I still need to get carbon... they're not called carbon electrodes. What are they called? Oh, and I need to probably rename this station, huh? Because I copied it from somewhere. Yes, I do. I need the graphite. So, to make these, I need a bunch of small parts and some other intermediates. Mostly small parts, which hopefully have been able to accumulate. Not so much. That copper running as fast as it can at this point? That is copper running as fast as it can. These output, what? 9 times 2/3 is 6. 12 a second. Plus the however much these output. 1/3 times... well, we'll call it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, plus 3. Okay, yeah, so we are making 15 a second. These ones get lane balanced. Yeah, it seems fine. I don't see either of these backing up. Nor this. So I think we're all okay. It's just... alright. What can we do about needing small parts? Not a lot. They're still working their way through. What else did I say I needed down here? Oh, a few of these pie tanks. And that was pretty much it. So we'll make the pie tanks, and we will... I mean, I think that's about it for now. I think I'll just need to make... oh, I need to make an acetylene station, so that's going to be even more of these pie tanks. And then I need to rename the pickup station here. I need to make an acetylene pickup station up here, and I need to work on the lead ore mining station. Okay. Those are all relatively easy things to do, and I think I've got the parts for them. And then casting... oh, I got the casting units. Excellent. It is nice to see that the Logimall is working. And kind of like every time I go up to grab other things, some of my requests do get fulfilled and the bots try to top me off with stuff. It's just... there's... just not quite gonna be enough. What? Did I see something blinking down here? No. The bots are just too slow to fully supply me at all times when I'm in the middle of building something, right? Okay, if I grab, like, that. Want to build it down here. That would go, like, that. Care of those. Take care of some of this. That looks like it should be, well, yeah, those are already set to be removed. That all looks good. Cool. That should just build itself once I get up there. And I will need to expand acetylene. I checked during the break. I ran the math in YAFC. I don't quite have enough to run a full belt of lead at full speed. But also, I'm not sure that it will always be running at full speed. So, yeah. This needs to be removed and replaced so it gets a name. I need to spend some time. I keep saying this and then I don't remember to do it when I'm done with my streams, but I need to flip through the mod portal and see if I can find a mod that will give stations random names from the station list, like when I paste a blueprint. All right, there we go. That is acetylene. This will... This is probably a bad idea, but I'm doing it anyway. Yeah, this is going to do its best to buffer. And like I said, there isn't quite enough of it around, but I can expand it as needed and potentially just hook it into this pipeline instead of making a new... Well, I could just do the build up here, I guess, right? Do I have relatively easy access to coke up here is the question, because I think I need that for acetylene. And the answer is, maybe not. Alright, so that's acetylene there. And that will be... needed for... Oh, if I make it a blueprint, I can... Okay. That's good to know. And I was planning on messing around with blueprints at some point for my stations. I just hadn't gotten around to it. All right, and then this will need to also have an acetylene requester stop. And that's going to look a lot like this. Except not going down here, but kind of coming through. And then remove this train stop, place it, change this from hot air to acetylene. Minus 70K. Add a cybernetic combinator. Is that what I'm missing? No, and I need another one of those tanks. All right. If I look at this station, it has 60,000 acetylene available. And I have a station that wants it. I was going to say, so I should see Cybersyn do a dispatch soon. Perfect. This isn't powered yet. Now it is. I don't think that's true. There was a train that just went up there. Can it not route? Oh, there it is. Looping around. It's coming. Oh, my station limits. Right. It's trying to send another train in. Okay, yep. Now it's fine. And then that train needs to go like all the way down here and turn around and come up here. Because I don't have enough turnarounds in enough places. Found one that was last updated in 2021? Okay. I have the, Do I have the Factorio modding skills to update it for 2.0? Maybe. I could certainly give it a try. All right, here we go. So this is going to have to fill and buffer itself pretty significantly before it'll dispatch a train here. But that is lead. What is left that we're going to need? We're going to need... For casting, we'll need the actual sand castings. For anything to work, I need to have actually ran power poles through this system, which apparently I decided not to do. All right. And then... Oop, here we go. Another batch of acetylene. It should request one more. Although these guys are running like full speed, so this is going to be... It does seem like this is catching up, though. Like, it's not pulling through so much acetylene that this can't fill, which is pretty cool to see. I know that the base doesn't actually have enough capacity to keep up long term. Woohoo, hello train. Where are you going? You are making a U-turn? Oh, are you picking up from lead? Oh, you... No. Oh, yes, you are picking up from lead. Okay. Oh, because, yeah, my request size is only a single... I was like, this is only like 1,000 items, not the like 25,000 that I expect, but 25,000 is fluids. Sometimes I'm smart. Speaking of fluids, okay. So what I need is for tin, I need these 3 doodly-doos here, the electric boilers. And then for both of them, I'm gonna need to get, the carbon electrodes, again, whatever they're called, graphite. And then I'll need to set up sand castings as well somewhere. But it is cool to see that, like... It is nice to see things actually mostly working. Do I need to scale up my Nexalit? Surprised how little meat I see coming through. The Vroks aren't backed up, though. Alright. I might need to scale up my Nexalit. That would be interesting. Copper is still copperin'? Yeah. This just hasn't fully buffered all this yet. It's close, though. Oh, steel. There we go. So that's the 3 boilers I need for tin. But if I look down here at lead processing, I should see everything kind of running. We're pushing stone over here. Which right now is just the first trickle. And then... I mean, in theory, this is scaled to handle a belt, and this is scaled to produce a belt. So as long as the trains are being dispatched continuously, they can keep up with each other. But obviously, I don't have enough trains in the network right now. And they are going to have to run at intervals. Need more chooch. Yeah, and I can add more trains pretty easily, right? That's not difficult. I just have to go to the depot and do it. Actually, what do I need to do that? If I wanted to drop some train... what do I need? I need... Oh, intermetallics. Yep. It's always intermetallics. Of which I have 4. Okay. So we're not quite there yet. on some of that stuff. But anyway, I was meaning to look, and we should see that this is... Yeah, this has the silver lead dust from the lead grade 3. Lead grade 3 is already backing up. So yeah, this system will start backing up shortly. Beautiful. And then tin will be the same. So let's flip to YAFC real quick. For all of these graphite that I need like half a belt of coke into a few high pressure furnaces. Okay. Were I to scale this to a belt of coke. All right, that's 9 high pressure furnaces making 6 graphite a second. That's not that big of a build. So I think that's what I'll do. I'll scale it to a belt of coke, and obviously we're not necessarily producing that right now, but we will be able to scale up as needed. Those, I think, are already up here somewhere being built. Maybe not, though. Yep, they are. We have a stack of them. And there's probably even some that'll come from, yeah, from here. Oh yeah, I already have 8. It won't take long for the bots to... I could help. 9, never mind. Well, 9's what I need, actually. Okay, yep, we're good. I've got enough. What else do I need to do this build? Nothing. We need a good spot. That's what we need. Someplace where I could easily route a belt. Wow. Alright, yeah, these aren't quite drawing a full belt. I mean, the acetylene probably is. Yeah. Acetylene is very busy at the moment. Okay. So yeah, I can set up another belt of coke off of here, send it across here, and do the production right up there. I think that'll be relatively straightforward. So let's just grab some more belts. I probably don't need to grab like thousands of them, but let's grab a few hundred. And let's head over here and see what we can do with this. Here. Woohoo. All right. I think all of this needs to be recompressed so that we get another, fully compressed belt out. And then that's going to actually be the one that we take. And then the loop back. Now... Sure. That looks like a supply station of some sort. Okay, so this will hold our graphite. Which comes from 9 of these guys. Yeah, if I turn it into a blueprint, I can indeed. I just wanted to make sure that I, like, had what I liked as far as my layout ready to go before I blueprinted it. And I think I do at this point, and it all seems to be working fine. So... But, like, making sure that the lengths of the station is properly aligned with my block lengths and all those shenanigans. But yeah, I can blueprint everything and get it parameterized, and it would be very, very nice. Yeah. Yeah. If the station name checkbox thing is real, then that's the easy, correct thing to do. Because that's obviously what the game intends. Oh, wait, no. 1.66 to 0.66. I should use these ones. Oh no, those are going the wrong way. Let's fix that. Okay. So that is a belt of coke coming in down here, where it will get turned into graphite. And that's pretty much that, right? There's nothing else I need to do there? And with those, I should have... That'll be the last ingredient to actually get the molten metals running. Oh, I have these. I can go get tin running as well. And then once the graphite rods are everywhere they need to be, we'll be making the molten stuff and we'll have solder, and that's fine. I only need the sand castings when I decide I want plates from these stations. I have them making both plates and molten stuff on purpose, but it's not strictly necessary. It's not strictly necessary to have plates on the rails right now. That's just future-proofing, because obviously I'm going to want them at some point. But we will at least have molten everything once we get the graphite coming through, and then we should be able to see the molten lead station turn on. That is the hope. That is the plan. Do I have some radars? No, let's make some radars. Let's head down here and get some new radars hooked up in some new and exciting places. Sorry, up here is where I want it. Been meaning to get a radar plugged in for this here. There we go. Now I can see all my depots better. All right, that's waiting to be scheduled. Where's my solid train? Oh, hey, that's great. And think... Whoop, that just got dispatched. That's liquid train being dispatched for more acetylene, I assume. And then, yeah, we're going to need a lot of these before it'll dispatch trains for them, just because of how the request thresholds are set up. If I check it over here, I should be requesting... I'm not requesting graphite. I want to be requesting 30 stacks of graphite here, and then same over here. I didn't set that correctly here either. I did not. Yeah. And this isn't going to go through graphite that fast. It's just, it's what needs to be requested for, you know, basically you want a full train load to come every time I request a train, and then you want to have some left buffered. So, like, I could make it like 22 stacks probably, but buffering some extra stacks isn't going to hurt that badly. So I may as well. Cool, and if I check tin, now that we've had our first couple of loads here, I should see item ingredient shortage. Oh, I need more inserters on these. Yeah, 1.66 is more than one inserter's worth of input. Do I have that same problem over here? Yes, these also need 2 inserters. Okay. And then up here as well. Oh boy, we're gonna have to change this. Oh, also, how did I manage to achieve... I just realized that when I was dragging and dropping that pipe, I must have been holding shift. Because this is obviously not what anyone wants to happen here. Okay, I might have to go around with this then, if this can't sneak through here. Okay, it can. Not super easily. Let's put that one back. Oh, this side doesn't actually need this. Nope. Okay. Let's go over there and let my bots actually build all these fixes. Again, all of this is super overbuilt for my actual demand right now. So it's not like the end of the world. But it'll be nice to have things like actually... Yeah, 0.33 on all of these. These are all 0.66. Which means that I do actually want to use yellow inserters here. And then on these inputs, also 0.66. Okay. And our outputs are 0.49. Let's just do it. Doesn't hurt, does it? So the output of these is also... Okay, only 0. No, it's again, it's at 0.49. Yeah, I should just be... I don't know why at this point in the game I'm still trying to, like, save the resources of needing a yellow inserter. It's just not worth it. And then inputs to these are 0.66. That's a yellow again. Yeah, I just did all of this scaled wrong with the wrong inserters. 6, 7, and our output is 0.49. So yeah, again. And on this side, 0.33 to 0.16, that's fine. On this side, 0.33 to 0.33, that's fine. These ones are all 0.33, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Okay. What is going... Oh. Well, that's a problem. All right, that all looks good now. This looks like it's running smoothly. Did I? Oh, I filtered out the wrong thing here, didn't I? I thought it was tin rejects. Tin ore rejects are different from tin rejects. Okay. My bad. All right, that should maybe be working now. Yeah, so these get processed back down into tin grade 1, which loops back around like everything else. And then these guys are now running. We're making tin dust, yes. And then these guys don't have their thing yet. What's the word I'm looking for? Graphite. From Lemur X to Dystar MC, huh? Okay, we do have a pickup at Mind, though. And the reason it's saying it doesn't have trains is because we now have actually 2 requests at once. So our network has grown beyond working with just a single train. Let's take a look back at the main base and see if I have the intermetallics I need to build a couple more trains. Ooh, what are you? Oh, you're just not on the network yet. That's fine. Do I have some intermetallics? Oh, I do. Okay. So let's do... titanium, huh? One of these is titanium. Brakes. Okay. Brakes? Okay. So I can make 2 more cargo trains and 1 more fluid train. Let's go get those added at the depot. And then hopefully it'll stop complaining. Why aren't these running? Oh, they are running. It's the double stacked belts again. If only we could insert our trains onto tracks. Surely someone has done this mod. I guess you could do it with recursive blueprints, right? Because bots can build trains. Change train group. Shouldn't have to do that. It should figure it out automatically. Actually, you know what? No, I'm going to make it a group. I'm going to switch all my trains over to it. Because they all should be on the same schedule, right? I'm just going to call it the Cybersyn group. And then they can all be set the same. Short chooches, yeah. Well, they're all going to be short. That's the... I know I talked about this before, but, like, that is the plan with this, is I want to do everything with, like, really, really fast one-by-one trains zipping all over the place, hundreds and hundreds of them. Is it UPS efficient? No. Is it going to be absolutely delightful? Yes. This is delight-driven development is what we're doing here. I should be able to catch this train and add it to the group when it does its drop-off. Because, yeah, these guys right now aren't even running... They're just running on coal. Like, I haven't even pushed them into a better train fuel. I don't even know if I have a better one available. I guess I could check that. There we go. They're all in... Oh, no! I might have to manually fix this. It reset its schedule when I added it to the group. Let's see if Cybersyn figures out that something wants its cargo. But I think what it's going to say is a train made it to the depot with cargo. Please help. I don't think Cybersyn... I think Cybersyn will know that it's broken, but it won't know how to fix it. So I'm going to have to manually drive it over and get it fixed. So let's head up to the depot right now and be ready to deal with it. Yep. Train is being held because it still has cargo. Manual, let's do it. I guess I didn't have to get into the train, huh? We have drive remotely. Going way too fast. Oh, not that one. This one. Well. Let's loop around and make this delivery again. Yeah, I think we have to go this way. And then around the cloverleaf, and it's just about ad break. I'm gonna steer this train in where it needs to go, and then step away for a couple of minutes when the ad break starts, but I do want to get this train in. Stop! God, they're so... The braking force is a problem. For sure. Oh, I could have reversed to the trumpet, you're right. That's okay. All right. Quick. And can I make you standard schedule, automatic? Okay. I think that train's okay now. And I am going to step away for just a moment while the ads finish up. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking around through the ad. I just noticed as I was stepping away that we have a train up here that got dispatched to pick up these, whatever they are. Graphite rods. So hopefully this will fill pretty quickly. Yeah, and each station should really only take, like, a single one of these. Yeah, this is the one that rear-ended me. Can I build repair packs? How much do those... Yeah, I can. Just wander over to the depot and the trains will come by and my bots will fix them. But we should get one delivery to each of the stations, and once it's delivered, that graphite will last. Oh, this one already got its delivery. Oh, I didn't realize that. Which means we should be putting out molten... Did I just never hook this up? Wow. Good job, Brandon. This is why we test the builds, and why we keep an eye when we turn them on the first time. So we have molten lead coming into the system then. Beautiful. It's not going to cast without the sand castings, and that's fine and expected. Yeah, okay. Oh, the pumps are filling up. Interesting. I didn't realize that pumps would buffer themselves like that. But that's fantastic. That means that the next thing full of... Oh, it's right here. Let's say the next thing full of these graphite rods should be coming here and should be unloading, and we should be starting to make molten tin. Okay, oh, each of these... This needs a lot of graphite. Okay, I think I underestimated how much output we need here. I'm not sure if even this is going to be enough. I might need a second thing dedicated just to graphite. Which is fine. I can shuffle around my my outserters, etc. But if each of these is 1.5, what am I actually using? Yeah, just over 2 graphite a second. So, okay, a single blue inserter should be okay for that. There we go. That should be the first molten tin. Hey, and apparently that is my first molten tin. Oh, 140. Oh, I just missed the molten lead pop-up, apparently, for the first molten lead. Oh, well. Yep, there it is. 10,000 rails, molten tin, molten lead. But that is great. And then, ooh, hello. Yeah, you're gonna kind of try to buffer. This is gonna kind of try to fill up. This needs to be up above. Oh, this is still doing its, like, pumping into the other pumps thing, isn't it? Yeah. So this is going to take a minute before this actually manages to buffer enough to, Why are we stopped? Oh, we're still not getting enough graphite rods fast enough. Well, that's because I don't have enough inserters on either of these. Alright, so I think down here I am going to have to make some tweaks to how I am doing this so that I can make room for another graphite outserter and probably more white stuff too. Yeah, because this needs 2 of that a second. Well, not quite. What does the FC say? 1.5 a second. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to undo all of this. We're going to do this here. Oh, God. And we're going to set our whitelist correctly. Really? We're out of 10? Oh, here it is. All right. Never mind. I'm gonna do it like that. All right, so there's 10. And then down here, Just get rid of all that. We're gonna do one outserter for sand castings. And then we're gonna have 2 each for borax and graphite. The trains are so freaking speedy. Yes, they are. Sorry, I just saw that message. I was deep in thought about my belt layouts here. And then I'm gonna pick up everything that's on this belt, because I just accidentally swapped the sides. Okay. This should work better for populating. Oh, I have 2 stations named Lemur X. I forgot to rename one of them. I might need to set a higher train limit here so that this can dispatch 2 at a time. Because they empty and load so quickly, like, worst case is a train ends up waiting here, which technically isn't blocking anything. But it may also be that this is just still getting itself to equilibrium. Because they should be able to empty the train twice as quickly as we can get stuff onto the belt, right? So the trains should be running, oh, well. But we'll see if we can get another train. Should have dispatched another one. That's lead. Those are both fluid trains. All these have depot bypass checked, right? Yeah. Not sure. But I'm not thrilled. I'd like to see trains coming to this more frequently, and I'm not sure what I need to do to make that happen. But other than that, it seems to be working. We just have to wait for the next batch of molten whatever. What is this? Tin grade 1. And some tin ore, which can just go in there. Okay. Because, yeah, this is full. This should be able to dispatch trains to this all the time. I guess I don't have, like, a bypass siding, though, so I can't have one in a queue. And I think the way this works... Oh, yeah, and this is still making deliveries of other stuff, of course. Because, yeah, if there's a delivery en route for graphite, then it's not going to be able to deliver tin, right? Which is fine as long as, you know, it catches up on the graphite and yeah, 4,000 molten tin. So hopefully once this is finished dispatching like its other requests, and it's not burning through these other things quite as frequently, it'll balance out. If it doesn't, I'm not sure what I'll have to do. Well, I know what I'll have to do. What I'll have to do is add another request station here to pull in some of the other stuff. Yeah, the molten lead only uses a little bit each of the graphite, and so this one should be fine. I think this one will have to dispatch a non-lead train so rarely that it's not going to be a problem when that interrupts the lead flow, at least not a major problem. Yeah, because this is like already filling up more lead. Not quite as fast as I'd like. Alright, yeah, there's some work to do with this setup. I think, some of it is just the amount of time it takes to fill and empty a train, right? Once I get bulk inserters... We have stack inserters with a rotation speed of 500 degrees a second, compared to fast inserters with a rotation speed of 850. So I think stack inserters are technically faster. For now. Bulk inserters are a different beast, but... And yeah, we don't get... Well, no, we get bulk inserters at... Yeah, PySci 2. Alright. Which, like, is the next science and all. But this is pretty deep into the PySci 2 chart. And I'm not even close to that here. Alright, what I'm really hoping to see, though, is, that's 10,000 molten lead. Let's, again, let's put a pump in here. Because these are primarily molten factories, not solid factories, and the solid part isn't even set up yet. So I can go ahead and drain the molten lead as it's produced. Alright, if I go ahead and I do something that I probably shouldn't do, I set all of these to 2. I want to see if we can get this system moving a little bit faster. My concern is that we're going to end up with trains waiting, like, on the main tracks, blocking paths, and if so, I'll need to add bypasses. But this should help with Are there any loaders? Yes, there are loaders. They're still, I mean, they're at least on this science tier. But they also require fuel, liquid fuel. So I have to be able to pump the fuel for the loaders everywhere. They don't use a ton, but being able to supply it to the whole base along the rail network is going to be interesting. I do think bulk inserters, you know, in general are just going to be the answer, but it's just a matter of when will I get them. I mean, I could also try to use stack inserters, but I need to start making lubricant before I can do that. Because I think stack inserters will be slightly faster when things are stacked. Not quite twice as fast, but 10/8, yeah, quarter again faster. Either way, with the ability now for it to try to dispatch more than one train, I'm hoping that we've already got... Yeah, we've got Cody R. Tyler here. You know, they're not quite back-to-back, but... I think some of it is also just the situation with the turnarounds, right? Like, this lead ore train has to go way out of its way. How feasible is it to, like, enable a turnaround without just turning this entirely into a... Whoa. Oh, this wants more trains now. Okay. It's trying to run more trains. That's good. I don't have the stuff. I need to go grab the stuff I need to make more. Oh, I can make one more. Oh, no, I can't. What do I need? Steel and duralumin. Okay, let's go make more trains. Yeah, if just bumping the train limits to 2 across everything is enough to just get it, like, cycling the trains through. I'm not so worried about it at the tin station, because the tin station is kind of off on its own corner of the world. But it's all the stuff that's kind of right off the main line that I'm concerned about blocking. This is supposed to be duralumin. And it is not currently duralumin. And the reason it's not currently duralumin is because down here I am still prioritizing duralumin into vitrolloy, which has not quite backed itself all the way up to the point. But I can unprioritize that now, I think. Yeah, that also needs duralumin. Lots of duralumin. Okay. Push to 2x1 trains so they spend less time on the tracks. You know, if I hadn't built all of my stations around this length of train, I would consider it. Do I just need another one of these making duralumin? Maybe that's the answer. Oh, I need ceramic for smelters. Okay. Let me find some ceramic. I'm gonna make another duralumin smelter. I should have some ceramic right around here. Because, yeah, I think another smelter making duralumin will help a lot with... Because I think this is almost always waiting on duralumin. And I've already got 2 making the iron nexylate special alloy. I've already got 2 making intermetallics. So I think duralumin is the next one that needs some TLC. What do you need? 1.5 items a second? Yeah, we can just do 2 of these. That's fine. Now, the real question is, how do I get the output? Oh, no, that's fine. Go there, there, and there. And then I do still want to prioritize that. This will use 0.3 a second. Each of these makes 0.25 a second. So yeah, this will now have enough, and we will be sending some off into the base. That is exactly what I want. Now, let's fix this fuel belt, and let's fix power. And then we make 0.2 vitrolloy a second, and these use 0.12 at most, so we do still push vitrolloy through. And then same here, we make 0.2, and we use 0.12. Okay. This should be better now. Unfortunately, I do still need a bunch of duralumin to make more trains. Nope, nope, I got enough for the cargo wagon. Okay, so I can make 1 more cargo train at least. Which is not enough, but it will help. Assume this train's just waiting to be fueled up. Do I have some coal? No, I don't. Oh, hey, we got another coal train coming through. Excellent. What is my threshold set to here? 30 stacks? Okay. Yeah, there better already be a train. Yeah, in this station loading. Okay. Well, this is going to get a little bit closer to being able to run these at saturation now that they have the train limit of 2. You know, I think the time between trains for 15 items a second is just we're not quite there yet to fully saturate things. What are we up to here? 8.2 thousand. I wonder if we've already had, like, a delivery up here. No, there's no way. Oh, I need to go build the inserters here to fuel these things. That would be helpful as well. I guess the other thing I could do for these so that it dispatches more trains more regularly, if I set this to, like, minus 50, it should want to request more often. And that should help with the... Because it's still only sending 1 train at a time, I just realized. If I want it to try to send 2 tin trains simultaneously, it needs to be requesting at least, you know, 40,000 items. Or, sorry, 40 stacks. So, like, it should now dispatch 2 trains that are just gonna, like, get back-to-back on the tin here. Yep. And this one is blocking the tracks, which is exactly what I was afraid of happening. Okay. So I need to possibly build a queue here for this. I'm not totally sure. But yeah. That will need to be done, and that should help the trains to not do that again. I can't really add queues here with the... well, I can probably add one somewhere here for this, but it's hard to add one for the drop-off here for the lead. The drop-off for the tin, the queue is easy. The queue is kind of built into the system. Yep. And then this is going to immediately request, like, a whole bunch more. All right. Cool. This is working now. That's what I needed. I needed the requests to be big enough that it would actually parallelize trains for me. Because it should already have sent out another train to here. Might not be there yet, but it should be on the way. It's probably this one. Oh no, that one's going up to the depot. Not sure then. I need to rename one of these lemur stations because they're identical and it's making me sad. I'm going to wait until this train leaves, and then I'm going to quickly remove and replace this station. Oh, that won't work. And we ran dry again. Ah, closer. Oh, and there's a train full of tin. All right, yeah, we're much closer to being able to do it. Having 2 in flight. And, like, eventually this will start buffering, right? This is running in, like, its worst-case scenario. It's building up its entire buffer of, molten tin here. And, oh my god, does this make that much tailings? Yes, the answer is yes, it does. I didn't even process the, like, order of magnitude difference between tailings and tin in this. We make 214 tailings and 10.7 tin. So I need to get a tailings sink set up pronto. But let's I wonder if I have any old buffers that I can erase that have those like 100 KL tanks sitting on them somewhere. Not really. Alright, let's just go grab the stuff we need to be able to build... Well, I can drop a 65 KL. That doesn't help that much, though, when I've got a bunch of 40s already. Yep, we need lead and some duralumin. Let's just go grab it. Yeah, gonna need to deal with processing that tailings. We didn't do the jerky sink today. Process tailings on rails. Because, yeah, we're gonna have to pull tailings, figure out what we're doing with the tailings from tin. Which in the short term, who knows? Alright, that's a bunch of duralumin. Let's go grab a bunch of lead and get the... Why are you... Oh. Yep. And that's a thing that I'm going to need to watch out for, since I am planning on switching to... more biomass from composted animal products for my ashless fuel. I will need to keep an eye out for more places where I need faster inserters because of the low fuel value. And I was gonna make... Oh, this tanks. Yes, let's grab a bunch of lead. Could not... find it. Okay, it wants another train. I will get that dropped off too. As soon as I... Where am I putting these tanks? Over here. Went too far. Where do these fit? Guess I'm gonna do them like here. And gonna do the old overflow top up. So if I is greater than 80, we push out. That's fine. And then if O is less than like 70, we push back out. And what that'll do is it'll overflow into this system and then pull back out from it once we have there we go. Once we have something that's pulling from these tailings, it will be able to drain these tanks, and they will eventually empty. That is the theory, anyway. But there we go. That should turn molten tin back on. Let's go drop off this train that I built. Over at the depot. I'm really hoping that I will get to see molten lead and molten tin delivered to this station soon. But one of these needs to be able to supply 25,000 before that... Oh, lead is almost there. So we should see the molten lead delivery relatively soon. Excellent, 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 excellent. Yeah, 25,000. Okay. That should have dispatched. Yep, there's a train. And then... as far as tin was blocked up on tailings, right? So it's going to take a little bit longer to get up to... yeah, we're only at 10,000. What does the solder actually need? Yeah, twice as much lead as tin. So once we get our first lead delivery, or by the time we get our first tin delivery, hopefully we will have built up more lead in the buffer. Yeah, we're getting close to ridiculous amounts of solder. You know, waiting for an entire train load of something before it can dispatch is always kind of the issue with trains when things are in smaller quantities. So we're not quite building at the scale. Well, that's part of why we have single one-by-one trains, right? Is to keep scale manageable. Maybe I should have given my trains 2 groups just so I can keep track of liquid and solid trains. I mean, they're all just CyberSyn trains, but that way if I like click on a train, I can click on the groups and be like, oh, how many fluid versus solid trains do I have? Oh, okay, so this has been dispatched. Yes, it has. Okay, cool. That is molten lead into both of these. And then, yeah, this will definitely request again, but it won't be able to be fulfilled just yet, because it's going to take a little while for this to catch up. Like, how much do we have right now? Yeah, 3,000. But with just 2 of those oxygen furnaces trying to make solder, in theory, this system can keep up with that. But ooh, see, this is exactly what I didn't want to happen. But this train is just turning around. Yeah. That is an issue right now, is turnaround locations and turnaround time. Probably if I put a turnaround, like, right here, it would be... we would make great use of it. So you know what? That's what I'm gonna do. Iron plates needed. Okay. Do I have some iron plates somewhere? Maybe. Let's just grab... yeah. Let's grab the trumpet. And let's head down here to where these stations are. And let's just find a spot. That looks like it matches. Oop, and I am missing some pieces. What do I need? Just the rail ramps? Okay. Alright, so this will let trains turn around, and then the tin trains, even though they're still stopped on the main track, they won't block as much traffic. I think that is a reasonable short-term fix, is just to add a turnaround spot there. Yeah, how's acetylene doing? It's not. That's going to be a problem. I am going to have to expand acetylene. I knew I would have to. Here, I'll add that to the to-do list. More acetylene. But all of that is going to be pulling more coal, right? Because, like, every time I pull a belt of coke off of this, that's coke that doesn't get reprocessed into, eventually, gasoline, right? Which is... although here... we're doing okay. It looks like we may have finally backed up on liquid fuels, so maybe we are okay. Maybe we don't have to worry about it. This. Rail ramps. What else do I need while I'm here? Grab some more pumps. Do I need more pipes? Not really. Need a bunch of those. Oh, I need just iron plates for general handcrafting. Okay. Oh, I could use a bunch more blue inserters, too. Are you? Ah, niobium alloy, okay. Yeah, that looks like a reasonably, mostly cleaned out into my trash slots. How is all of this doing, by the way? Does look like aluminum is maybe keeping up? Well, or at least aluminum is heavily buffered on a belt. Is aluminum keeping up? Aluminum is keeping up. Okay. I'm surprised, but I will accept it. Yeah. We're almost caught up on Vitrolloy too. That will be, once that's fully backed up, then more Duralumin goes up the Duralumin pipe. And then the Iron Nexolite Antimony is really just waiting on intermetallics backing up, and I imagine we are still quite a ways away from that. Not as far away as one might have thought. All right. I might even be able to turn production of Pyanodons back on. I'm getting pretty close to the limits of my power, though. Something else to keep in mind is that I may need another power plant soon. Fortunately, I think that that is copy and pasteable in my current setup. Coming down here and I've forgotten why. Oh, right. I need to finish building this. Okay. This should allow trains to turn around more easily now. Because before, anything that was coming this way but had to go this way was going all the way down here and around. And now they just have a localized turnaround. All right, I think everything else looks good. All my rail blocks are the right lengths. So yeah, that should improve some throughput pretty dramatically. It won't necessarily help with stuff that comes off of tin here and then needs to go this way, which right now is everything that comes off of tin. This turnaround is useful for more things because I have a lot of stuff over here that needs to turn around before it goes this way. So building the full intersection is worth it. But over on this side, I think I'm going to do a little bit of a funky kind of U with like a U coming out from like there to there. That can all be one segment, yes. And then across here, we have a ramp down. Then I guess loop it around to... I guess that's as good as it gets, huh? See my rail signals, please. Thank you. Yeah, and then this block is short, so I'll get that there, and I think that's fine now. So this should let trains coming off of tin kind of go where they need to go directly. The other thing I could try to do here... I should just do it. Yeah. Is set this up so that it has room for one, another train above it. And then these are chain, rail out. Then here, we need to leave room for like another train, and then another train. Cool. And that way, I'll even leave a little more space on that bit of the track. There we go. This way we can buffer a couple of trains here that are in queued for the tin. And I think this will help with this whole side of the rail network. It's a little bit ad hoc. I don't love it, but... cool. The question is, have we had enough molten tin yet? Are we going to dispatch? We're up to 19,000. I don't necessarily need to do that here because trains shouldn't really be blocked here. I mean, you could have a bunch of trains coming into, like, all of the different tin stops simultaneously, I guess, in a worst case, and it would overflow. But right now, there's spaces where trains can wait on their way in, so I'm not as concerned about this as I was about this stretch. Because this was all kind of a bottleneck. I was seeing trains backing up here. Oh, it is ad break time again. I'm going to step away for a couple of minutes and get some more water while the ad runs, and I will return shortly. All right, I'm back a little bit early. Hello, YouTube gang and Twitch Turbo gang and people who, for some reason, Twitch just decided not to show ads to gang. Let's start making our way over here, because I need to get this actually set up to hook solder into the system. Alright, welcome back from everybody who watches ads. I appreciate you sticking around through the break. I am just heading over to the solder factory there. And we're going to get that set up so that when it does produce solder, it will push it up into the mall area, because that's where I need the solder to be. So we're going to get that that belt hooked up while we wait for enough molten tin to accrue here for it to dispatch a train. God, these are already nearly full. That is terrifying. All right. Because, yeah, we're going to have this here. Yeah, feeding fiber in. What am I doing with all the biomass down here? I'm turning it into ash. Which is fine. In theory. Yeah. Oh, interesting. We ended up with some seeds in some of these. Don't love that. We'll need to look into it. Wait, then these should be on. Right? Because the green network is full of seed. It has no moss? That's not right. Oh no, the seed output is... Oh, the output is seeds. Oh. Okay, so yeah, something did go wrong with this. It looks like probably related to... ash? Question mark? Probably ash. Because we were sitting on the fiber, which stopped all of the biomass from getting through. Okay. I wonder if this can happen up top, too. Around the power plant. I need to look into that. But it does mean that I do need to rejigger some of this to be able to handle dealing with tree seeds, unfortunately. Which is fine. It's just not what I want to be doing. And it's not what I'm going to do right away. We're going to get all of this going first. So this is solder that's going to be dispatched to the rail network. We're not doing that right now. We don't really need solder on the rail network initially. Initially, we're going to take it off here, go this way with it. And it's going to come up here. I'm not dragging this belt because I want to make sure I know the route before I do. Because there's a bunch of stuff around here that I need to be able to route around. Right? It's got to be able to come up... Like, here's tin, right? Where are we making... No, that's not tin. Where's tin? Tin is... Oh, this belt coming in here. Okay, and this is where we make solder. So all of this, basically, goes away. Oh, actually, we're backed up on solder here, finally. I didn't think that was possible. Are we backed up here, too? We are. I mean, that's great. It's great to see. Shafts are stopped, even? My demand was so much higher before. Oh, because this is off. Yeah. Let's, let's turn the logistics bots back on, and then we'll start to see some, I guess I could even turn the construction bots back on. Isn't that a terrifying proposition? Yeah, with the bots back on, we're going to start to see the solder demand where I thought it would be. But I should be able to start. Turning off some of this. Not that much. So you still need tin for this thing, right? Yes. And then here where the lead comes in, it literally goes only to solder, the lead that comes in here? Do I just not need lead coming up here anymore? Well, no. What I will do is I will put this here. So that I will have a buffer of lead available. And then this should also get lead available to the bots, because I don't think they had it before. And then down here, let me just do like this kind of thing. Just to drain this, and then I can get rid of some of the... Alright, so that is one thing kind of done. So then the question is, where do we bring in the solder? And I think we bring it in here. And I think does it necessarily replace this caravan of solder? Yes, I think it does. I think the caravan of solder needs to be... Well... Maybe I merge with the caravan of solder for now. So we come in here, and it'll be the input priority will be the new solder. But the caravan will still augment when necessary. Because this is all running off of, like, pre-railbase everything. And also, does this solder all go where it needs to? Yes. Okay. This is routed very strangely, but yes, this is the main input for solder into this part of the base. Fluid ingredient shortage, fish oil? Why is my fish oil turned? Oh, when did I break that? Well, that's an easy fix at least. I don't want a huge number of construction bots. The early construction bots are not good. I just want enough around the base that they can, like, patch things up. The Logibots are much more important to me, because they are, well, trash slots, for one thing. But also, you know, I have all my dump chests that they're still cleaning through, and I have the Logibot-based mall going on up here that they should be kind of constantly working on. That being the case, let's finish. Oh, let's grab a bunch more belts and let's get that solder belt routed in where it's coming in. You. So it'll come like right up alongside here, which should mean coming like right through here. So if I go ahead and take like this kind of thing, I think it'll come right through there. No problems. All right, some problems. A little bit of zigzagging. That's okay. And then right there. So if we kind of do like a this and like a that. That should be solder input into the base from the molten solder factory, so that we will not have to rely on the extra solder that can be extracted from circuit production. We really only have extra solder in circuits when we're not making circuits. Otherwise, all of the solder made down here pretty much is needed. So the question is, why are we not? Oh, there's no lead. We have no lead. We have no lead because, probably because all my acetylene is still going into... I said I didn't have enough acetylene, and I meant it. This is just going to suck up all of the acetylene that I can give it right now. Yeah, this will happily take not quite another batch, but soon. And this system is, I think, far from, you know, backing up on being full of molten lead. So it's definitely a lot. So yeah, I will need to build new acetylene. Oh, and it's already on the list. Cool. I'm way ahead of myself. How are we doing on... Oh, this dispatched. We have tin. Wait, we have tin. We have... no tin. There we go. One pipe missing. Created the first molten solder. And why aren't you running? Oh, you just don't have enough yet. All right. It's beautiful. I love it. These are... oh, I have these bridged. Okay, so yeah, one of them is always going to run a little bit ahead of the other one, instead of them running, like, equally halfway. I guess I could change that, but it doesn't really matter. But that is molten solder. That is the rail network doing what it is meant to do. Boy, did I build a really big, complicated rail network just for molten solder, but hey, it works. So yeah, the thing we're going to need next, though, is definitely a sink for all of these tailings, because we are not going to be able, I don't think, to make another batch of tin without well, more tailings space. Which, like, yeah, I could build more tanks, but maybe I will just double it just to keep the system running. It's really not ideal to be doing that, though. How is the alloy smeltery area doing? Running fine. Running fine. Oh. We're browning out. Okay. Something's wrong. Is it what I was talking about? Or this might have ruined its ability to make ash? No. We're not backed up. But this is just not running. Yeah. Okay, so this is maxing itself out. Yeah, these are all running, like, maxed. Except for you for some reason. There you go. So yeah, that is bad. Yeah, so this is the power grid for that. This is the power grid for the main base. Where is... I don't think those should be flapping on and off like that. I may have broken a pipe somewhere. Alright, that one's running. That one's running. Nope, and that one's running. They're all running, and they're all running full speed. I just need more power. Straight up need more power. But this is not running that much. So does that mean that I need to... Did I delete all of my steam engines here? I didn't. Are they, like, disconnected from the main grid again somehow? Yes. How and when did that happen? Oh, I did this yesterday. Or not yesterday, last week. When I rejiggered, okay. When I was adjusting the power for, or the mines for the... Where am I and where am I going? When I was adjusting my aluminum mines, apparently I broke the bridge between my two... Which, to be clear, that's not a lot of power to add back into the system. So I may still need to, like, expand power. By which I mean I almost certainly still need to expand power. These are not getting much in the way of fuel. Yeah. Wait, we have 26,000 petroleum gas and almost no gasoline. And you are above 80. Okay, so this needs to be above like 32,000. Yeah. Anything here backing up? No. This is backup power, obviously. Oh, are we backing up on... There's no way. No, no, no. We're fine on aromatics. Yeah, I just need more power. In general. Lovely. Because, yeah, if we're maxing out, then this has got to be running, like, full time. I mean, it's fine. I can copy and paste this and just drop down another one, and it should just work. It's just a lot of buildings that I have to make to drop down that power plant. Surprised how little ash I'm getting out of everything down here now, too. The lack of ash is concerning to me. Maybe it's fine, though? Maybe? I mean, this is barely running, which is interesting to me. So this is sitting at 90. This overflows, right? This pipe is at like 100. Okay. It should be getting pumped down. 100 on that side, 100 on that side. Comes all the way down here, and this is where my whole steam setup gets funky. But, like, this is still coming down from the top. Okay, and it's a top-up. And then this is an overflow, right? Yes. So everything in the middle here is steam related to tar and coke processing, and then it comes down. It's pumped again. Yes. And should be running all of these things, which are on the main network now. I guess I'm just making enough steam that I need... Okay. I'm not convinced this is the right move. This might break the base. I feel like every time I mess with the balance of steam and power production, it breaks the base. But if I only need a few hundred more kilowatts, then, like... This is sort of the answer to that. Is that all it took? Are we stable now? We might be stable now. Alright, that's not so bad then. How is this thing doing? It is still just spitting out solder. Excellent. Alright, what can I do with my tailings? Acid gas, coal water slurry, tree seeds Mark II, iron slime from my iron oxide, Nexolite, Okay. I know acid gas can turn kerogen eventually into tar. Whole water slurry, I turn into aromatics and benzene. Aromatics. I mean, petroleum gas. Rubber. Plastic. Zinc. Tailings water and aromatics into crude oil. Oh, but this is fuel production stage. Yeah, this is way in the future. Okay. I was hoping I could find a way to easily convert my stash of tailings here into tar, because if I can get tar into my rail system, and I don't want to disrupt the delicate balance of all my stuff up here, then I can improve my solder yield pretty significantly. But unfortunately, I don't think that's going to happen, and I think I'm going to have to find a different sink for all the tailings that this tin produces. Unfortunately. Okay. And then, yeah, this should be basically stopped because I expect we are pretty much backed up here. Yeah. This might request one more, probably not. Nope, it will not request one more. Why are we only pulling through a little bit? Oh, because we're mostly backed up. What are we backed up on? Is this full? No. Why is lead stopped? Lead is stopped because stone is stopped. Stone is stopped because stone is full. Okay. Well then. That is something else to add to the to-do list. Stone from rails. Because both of these actually produce stone. So I will want to figure out a good sink for the stone coming from all of this processing as well. How full is this one? Yeah, this is also pretty full. Yep. So yeah, all the byproducts of this processing are the next steps, obviously. But up here, at least, we're pushing out... I mean, this is... On the scale of my base, this is quite a bit of solder now. Oh yeah, and this is double stacked. I forgot. This is double stacked. Ooh. That's even better. So yeah, that's coming through actually significantly faster than I realized. If there's 2, 4, 6, is that 7 per batch? that what this makes? Yeah, 7 per batch. Yeah, that's huge. Okay. Well, do I want to try to start any new projects right now? Not really. I think I'm going to call it here. I have some things to take care of this evening in meat space while it's still light out and nice out, so I'm going to do that. Thanks everybody who's tuned in. It's always really appreciated. Thanks to anyone who watches on YouTube. You are also really appreciated. If you're watching on YouTube and want to watch live, there is a link to my channel down in the doodly-doo. And also, if you're watching on YouTube and want to do anything to feed the algorithm, that is always greatly appreciated. It really does help small channels like mine. I've been saying for the past couple weeks now that I am kind of getting dangerously close to 100 subs on the YouTube channel, and that remains true. I don't know. YouTube decided to just stop showing my stuff to new people for about a week and a half. It seems like it started doing that again. So if you're a new person, and you want to see me struggle with an all Gleba everything spoils run, go ahead and hit that button down below, and when we hit 100 subs on YouTube, I'll be doing that as a little celebration stream. I believe that is everything I have to say for my normal spiel. So, thanks again, everybody, and I will see you all for Pyanodons next time on Thursday.